Yo, what's up, everybody? How are y'all doing, Mist? How you doing? Good to see you. Just setting up here. I'm just gonna do some coding. Let me just do this. I'll go like that. I'll go. Sure. Sup, 3D Code Warrior. Good to see you. Okay, there you go. I'm all set up. All right, welcome in, everyone. Welcome. I hope you're having a good Friday. We're gonna do some game coding, working on some features for the game, and I don't know, just chilling out, you know. Um, I'll talk about a few things with regards to the game, and we'll just see where we end up. We'll see where the night takes us. All right, cool. I think that's it. I think I'm all set up there. Yeah. Okay. What's up, D-Dever? Good to see you. I guess I should pop this guy in, and maybe I should talk a bit about what I've done, what I'm working on. Let me change the color scheme because that's probably too bland even for all you losers. Let's go Hacker Green. And yeah. All right, so I'm gonna work on finishing up some of the functionality. I had to refactor a bunch of code. This compiles now to Windows. Although there's one issue here, I'll have to fix that. But it compiles to Windows. I got that working, so you can run the server on Windows. There's some new code that I wrote for a number of reasons, but essentially I'm almost back to the same point I was before. I'll kind of explain it as I go through, but I'm essentially just going to start writing in, kind of building the world up again now that there's a better system in place underpinning all the code and rendering mechanism. The servers, I completely redid the server. What's up, Ghost? What's up, Ross? Yeah, I could one shot it for me. Yeah, yeah. um, yeah. There you go. Just one shot it. Yeah. So look, I was going through here. Let me just run it. I was running the server, right? And as I'm running the server, it kept crashing. And I'm like, why? Why is it? It got into these weird spots where it was seg faulting. It wasn't quite right. I couldn't quite make out, why and how and all of that. And So then I did a deep dive into CPU architecture. I did a deep dive into how C code essentially operates in a number of different ways. I've read some of the source code for some of the standard functions that you take for granted in C. I read all the documentation on pthreads. I read all the documentation on sockets in C, and again I read some of the source code for it, and then I took out all my C code for the server and just completely rewrote it. And from doing that, I got insight into a number of other mistakes that I was making or about to make with the game in general. Laffley has been helping me with this, and he already saw some of the pitfalls. He was already ahead of me on a few things, but because I'm dumb, I have to go sometimes do it the hard way before he'll drop a hint or something. I'll be like, yeah, I get it because I think I do, and then I talk to Laffley, and next thing you know, uh, you know, th- he was saying something that I should have picked up on much earlier, and I just didn't. In any case, the point being that I've learned a considerable amount about much lower level stuff than I ever thought I would writing an HTTP server in C, especially when it comes to streaming, file operations, threads, all kinds of stuff. Um, and so I spent a huge and this week has been weird. There's been a lot going on. Um, it's been up and down this week. It's been a little bit rough. So I've been pouring it into the work. Um, and among other things that I have to do. But I've been pouring it into this. So I learned a lot. I'm at the point now where I just need to rebuild, kind of quickly get myself back to the point that we were before. The point we were before was right here. Not the 500. It's this, and I believe it's like this. I'm pretty sure. I don't remember. I don't remember. I don't remember the use. I don't remember, guys. I think it might be busted. This one? Nope. Uh, how about that one? Nope. I don't know. I don't remember. Anyway, the thing was working. I don't know why it's not working anymore. It's probably choked. But in any case, it doesn't matter. I'm gonna get it back to this point, and then I'm gonna let you guys actually have at it. You guys are actually gonna be able to play it without all of these weird restrictions, and the server crashing every 2 minutes. I hope. I hope that the I hope that's what's come out of. By the way, native PHP. Have you guys seen this? Native PHP, eh? Look at this. You can build tiny apps under 50 megs. So tiny. Build native PHP apps. So PHP is turning into React. It does it all across anything. Desktop, mobile, doesn't matter. Now you just use PHP to do it. Sure. Well, yeah, and then I have this. Check this out. Geppetto 5. Geppetto 5. Check it. Is 1980 45 years ago? No, 1980 was 45 years ago from 2025. So, yes. Here's the breakdown. Current year, 2025. Target year, 1980. Difference, 2025 minus 1980 is 45 years. So, in this year, 2025, 1980 is indeed 45 years ago. Native in this case just means that they have a bunch of adapters. It's just WebView. It's just WebView. And they just, WebView is like a built in browser essentially. And that's all they do It's what everyone else does. It's what React does, more or less. It's not native. It's web. And then you call it native. It's not native. Right? But I don't know how they get away with that. It's a complete lie. Yeah, essentially. Now, I don't know if it actually runs PHP on the client. It might be that PHP compiles down to the thing that everything else does, which is web. And then they run that on your machine. That might be what they're doing, because that's what you can just see. Like, there's native mobile. Okay, so maybe it is a custom PHP extension. That's what it looks like here. That's what everyone else does. In any case, the point is it's not real native. It's fake native. It's a whole bunch of abstractions and stuff. Ask it for the formula. Would you want me to give you a quick formula? Yes. Give me a quick formula. Here's the simple formula you can use. Years ago equals current year minus target year. So, if you want to know how many years ago it was, plug in today's year. Do you want me to also show you a one-liner version you could paste into code like CJS or Python to calculate this automatically? Yes, but do it in JSF. Here's that. Now, will this actually work? Should we test it? Should we test this, bros? Let's see if this version actually works. Nope. No, it doesn't. Oh, it doesn't even run, bros. Doesn't even run. Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, I guess, right? Can't even do this. This is like my litmus test for how smart these models are. I just run it through JSF, and if it can't do it, well. Anyways, I'm gonna turn these off. You want Nah, forget it. That's enough. That's enough. Sick and tired of it. All this AI crap. Okay. Um, it replies with emojis now. Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes it does. Okay, so here's essentially where I'm at. I just need to rebuild the world a bit. So I just need to place a few things, get the ticker going again that automatically moves the NPCs and does the auto attack. Plug in the commands for you to move around. I'll show you what I did with the commands. I've made it so that, because I wanted to test sending raw data instead of having to do all this like translation of text between the client and the server. It makes it much easier for the server to interpret data if you don't have to do like translation forms. So I did manage to get that working, which means that I don't have to do weird things in order to manipulate data on the client side or on the server side. For example, if I go over to here, I can send this in binary format, and then I just set the chunks of binary data that I'm going to read. There's like a maximum amount, and then I can just read it on the C side without having to worry about what it becomes. And then I just convert that into stuff. I've already sorted all that out. It's already working. It's not, I don't know if I'm actually going to stick to using this. It kind of depends on a few things, but I kind of wanted to prove the concept, right? Could I? If I really needed to do something like this down the road, how easy would it be? It was kind of annoying, but I did figure it out. Because what you have to do is you have to convert it to the right type of clamped, well, I guess not clamped arrays, just regular arrays in JavaScript. You also have to consider endianness in some cases because it got weird. Anyway, it got really weird, but I figured it out. So should I need this down the road, I can use it. And C will just, the C code, when it receives this command, like when the server receives stuff from the client as you're sending it, it'll just eat that up and do really fast conversions. It's almost instant how quickly it converts. Instead of sending a string and then having to parse the string out, because you have to do parsing operations on the string. I don't have to do anything here. I just read the thing and slice it off, and that becomes my command, and that's it. So it's really handy. Um, Anyway, so I had to figure a bunch of stuff out, but I figured that out. So I just got to plug a bunch of this stuff back in. I have the underpinnings all already. I have a login system that you guys can log in with, which is super secure. It essentially allows you to put in any username and password you want. That's the login system. That's it. Um, that's all. That's it. That's it. So, but I am going to allow that because what I want to do is I kind of want to push the boundaries on this thing. Now that I've gone deep into the CPU architecture, into how these data structures work, into some of the design decisions people make, even in C code, having rewritten the entire server, having read thread documentation, having read socket documentation, reading source code directly from the standard library in C. Now that I've gone through all the trouble and effort and refactored all this, we're ready to go. I have to do cleanup and stuff, but yeah. And man, did I discover some stuff. Like, I don't know if you know about this thing called SPSC buffers, buffer rings, which are another way to call them is channels or pools or lining up your arrays. That part I kind of knew, but I just learned more about it. There's all kinds of stuff. Getting the Windows build to work was, whoo boy, let me tell you, because if you want to look at the server code, here's my caveman server. Okay. You have to do a bunch of defines. Look, I took notes as I was reading the socket documentation. I literally took notes as I'm reading, like, what does this mean? Like, what does it mean when you ask for like, a socket? What is this socket? Like, what are these events? Like all of it. I did that. So I took notes and then I looked at like what's required to get the socket documentation working on Windows. And so you have to figure out the right definitions that you need. You have to write wrappers around like things like polling, which would be polling for when you receive a socket connectivity and knowing that somebody's connected and dealing with it. Man, there was so much here. I'm telling you, this was a deep dive, but we're here. We did it, boys. We did it. What's up, babe? Good to see you. You could use the formula to do age verification. That's right, Ghost. That's right. Um, am I going to be on Speakeasy's Verbal Combat tonight? Sweater. I don't know. What's on? What are the topics? If if it piques my interest, I might. Okay, but it has to pique my interest. What are the? Okay, let me see the topics for today. Automation, ethical guidelines on that. Universal brain computer interfaces, online. Sure, I could go on. I could go and do that. I wonder what. So that's in what, 4 hours? Yeah, probably. I'm not gonna win a prize, but I could. I could. There's no way I'm winning a prize because I'm not that good of a debater. I'm a better programmer and documentation reader. Okay, that's where my strengths lie. Okay, so let me work on the DB just a little bit. I want to add. Okay, so we have some NPCs here. I would like to add some artwork, but we can get to that in a second. I want to add some features. I want to add like a river. Yeah, so it's got to it must be 4 or 5 hours, I think. Because it's 5:30 now. Yeah, 5:30 over there central, so yeah, 4 hours. Okay. I'll consider it. I'll consider it. I'm just not much of a debater. But if it's the topics that those topics do sound good. Maybe I will. We'll see how I do on the stream here. So let me add some rivers or something. If I do world map, let me do a world index, and I want to put it where? I'll just put, I don't know, somewhere. 5 and 3, sure. I don't care really where. I just want to get the terrain sea like that. And I don't think there are any features I need. What are my features? Let me look at my feature list here. I just want to put some stuff down. I could put in a river. I know I've set that up. I could put in... What else do I have? A castle tower? Yeah, so let me try that. So if I go here, I go features 0. T feature, let's say it's a river. And I'll do it right under. And then right under that, castle tower. Well, I think you've done well when I see you debates. Don't you sell yourself short, but I get it if the will to do is in there. All good. I appreciate you telling me, Sweater, because I didn't know. I can't even consider it if I don't know, right? But the topics do seem like at least half of them, I think, a good chunk of them seem up my alley. So I might hop on and do that later. Yeah, I'll watch. Well, I'll think about it, and then I don't know. It also kind of just depends on how far I get on my stream too, right? So we'll see. Okay, let me. You know what? I'll do this. Okay, what did I screw up? Undeclared function world XY, probably because I need to load that in. No? What am I doing wrong? Oh, I remember now. Right. I took out the XY thing. We just default to that's what it is because it was annoying to do the vector stuff all the time, which might end up coming back anyways, but it was just for me. Game. Hello? The heck? What happened? Hello? Did it freeze? Why did it freeze? Okay. Right? Okay, there we go. Okay, there it is. So we got an ocean. That's great. Yeah, and no crashing. Oh, it's nice to see it not segfault and not crash every 2 seconds. There is this river. Am I rendering that? I'm not rendering a river, so why didn't I do that? Where are my features? Where are you? Features. I don't have the features in? Did I take the features out? I must have when I rewrote this. Okay, let's put some features in then. We'll go through, well, first of all, okay, good. So we'll go through the features and we'll do something like max tile features. So we'll go 0 f max tile features. We'll loop through, and then if tile features f. Okay, now I did memset. Well, yeah, I put an invalid ID. So as long as it's not, and well, no, if it is an invalid ID, skip it so that this will be super fast to crunch through. And then if, however, it's a river, we're going to put in, let me make sure the game code has, yeah, so we have feature river, feature book, castle, tower, castle, wall, bridge, and princess. Let's go ahead and do that. Has, yeah, has feet river. We can do I have, do I have a book? So yeah, I do. Okay. Book. And then castle tower. Okay, let's just give that a shot. And of course I screwed it up. Why wouldn't I? Use of undeclared identifier file. Did I mean tile? I sure did. Thank you, compiler, for what I'm sure AI could have done much better than me. Okay, look at that. Popping in. Sweet. I was also preloading all of my like JS and CSS and all of that, putting it in memory. And so now it just reads it off the disk. And that's why this stuff can auto populate and just kind of update as needed. So that's good. The other thing I want to do is when I look at world, I want to add a player to the tile. I essentially just want to copy a bunch of this and set the player in the right position. Where's my fake DB? It's here. So the player, where is it? I guess I don't have players here yet, do I? No, so I would have to do it. I remember now. I have to do it on login. Okay, let me just finish this function then first. So we've got a player. Make sure you're in bounds. Okay, that's going to be annoying. So player out of bounds. Here we go. So total players. And we want to do here players. Now player IDX, I think, is all I want to do here. I don't need to pass a pointer right now. I can do that later if I want. Players. All right, is this it? I think that's it. Let me go have a look at my login function. And when I set the position, I want to do it to this guy. So I want to go add player to tile. And it's going to be player start X, player start Y, and the IDX right now is just going to be the first one. Actually, no, it should be current world players. That's what it should be. All right, so let's try that. Well, it went wrong. NPC IDX. I missed a spot. I sure did. Okay, maybe I need to restart here. So let me do that. What happened? Did I get the right message? Oh, I didn't get the welcome message right because I'm already logged in. That's why. So that's fine. I just need to do, I can fix that later. I just need to add an attribute. So we'll go, whatever, remove this, and then like that. Okay. So that's right. Okay, so the player gets set in the right direction. I wonder, is player, that doesn't add up? Probably because my character isn't in the right position. Um, what's up, Alpha Beta? Server mode adapter. Let me have a look at has players. Is player though? Isn't right. Is land is player. That shouldn't be. Is player. 0 and 0, huh? I guess it would be. So we have to set those to an ID. Oh, that's annoying. So we'd have to go max characters. Yeah. Well, max player characters. And for each one of these, we'll have to set the X to an invalid ID. And the Y. And then we'll have to go and take the first one and just set it to something. What's up, Alpha Beta? I think I said hi to you. I don't know. Prodigy, there's no way this is web dev, Brummer. React.js brain can't comprehend this. Yeah, man, it's web dev. It's just crazy web dev. It's web dev not being done in the way that's typically being done on purpose, because web has become rotted to its core with the most ridiculous concepts. So what you're experiencing right now is called cognitive dissonance. So I'd have to do, I can just do this. Just like that. And then copy that over. That should be all I need to do. I will just leave that blank. Let's see what happens. Did I screw anything up? Doesn't look like it. Okay, let me disconnect. Try again. I did it again. Not sending me the welcome, because I gotta figure that out. I gotta figure out how to disconnect it properly. Come on. There you go. Look at all this super security. Super secure. Yeah, I gotta check my password. I know. Okay. So that part is there, but like, why is land is player? It shouldn't be there. Let me go back to fake DB. Oh, I got to do it for everybody. Of course it would set to 0. That would be its default value. Okay. All right. All right. All right. When I load my fake DB, what I need to do world players. Is that really what I need to do? Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. Go through all my players and just default set their stupid thing. I would just go like, I guess I could just copy this. like that. Max world players. Let me go look at my definitions. It's max players, I guess. All right. And that becomes a little bit nicer in a way. Do that. Let's see if that worked. Between integer, int, and player? What are you talking about? No, I saved it. A name, Namsy. That type. Can't even type properly. So I guess just set it to, I don't know, empty. Yeah. Okay. Send me. There we go. All right. Good. Another one down. Let's see if we can get some commands going so we can move this guy around. So commands come in on the server side. I have to pump them through to the game. In order to do that, I have to, man, I'm going to have to do some cleanup because I rushed through this code. But if I go look at this guy, and I have a look at the, no, actually it's not here, is it? 'Tis not. It's in my caveman server. In the message field here. So message needs to be parsed out. I will have to read in the, yeah, I'll have to read in the key value pairs for what I'm submitting. So let's start with the JS over here. This will be message. Okay. So we are appending message command auth key player name because we're stripping it out here so that it makes it really easy to process on the server side. Okay, so that's good. Does login work the same way? It does. Great. So we'll just copy what we did with login. And let's start with this. I suppose I could, just for now, prove that I've got everything. Player name. And go CMD and message, I guess is what it is. CMD and message. All right. Now, if I'm going to do this, I'm going to need to actually send the message, which requires me to do something like, oh yeah, get out of here. Okay, let me check it, check the payload. Yeah, it looks right. So it looks like it's actually firing off to it. All right, so let's start it again. We'll wait. I should set the timer to something a little different. Okay, and then if I say go south, what happens? 404 not found. Sweet. Unknown. So it did do this. So I guess I need to do a payload, a binary payload. Where's my key value pairs? No? No, I don't have the key value pairs in here. Okay, well then I get to make a decision. Either I try and build out the key value pairs with the raw binary, or I just read the damn string. You know what? I'm just going to read the damn string for now. I can always update it later. So I have to do a little bit of string parsing. The body length will be anything from what? /r/n. Let me just pseudocode it for a second. So I need to find /r/n/r/n. That's what I got to find. When I see this, I know that here's where my body starts. Then I would just do until equals is first key. Don't I have this somewhere? I thought I already had this somewhere. Yeah, it's here, isn't it? Yeah, so it would be like this. You have to start somewhere, and then you extract it all the way to the end. And then you have to build it out. Yeah. Okay. So I can just copy this. That'll save me some time. Copy it and adapt it. So right in here, I have to determine what my start position is, or body start position, and it would. I guess I can just go through the buffer until I hit /r/n. This is going to be a little weird, but okay. Let's go buff. And then we'll have to put in 2 check 4. Let me comment this out and make sure that I'm on the right track. Will this even compile? Yeah, thought so. What do I want to do? You know what? Here, we're just going to do 4. And then I suppose we'll have to do double quotes, not single quotes. Otherwise it takes it as a string or like a special character instead of a literal. And then I can just do, I don't know, that's going to be dumb, but like I could do, yeah, I'm going to throw this out anyway, so who cares? Yeah, just do whatever. It's less than 4. And we'll go matched, right? Wherever the matched is, so we have to store the position, body start position. Then we have to go matched, and it's matched until it's not. And then we have to go if 2 check 4 is equal to buff. It's not equal to buff. Then matched is false. We break it. If matched, then our body start position is whatever we're at right now plus 4. Actually, maybe we should do 5, so we start at exactly the right point. Now let's do 4, because I think we do a +1 over here. All right, so we do that. We go down to whatever. Let me uncomment down to down to this. We'll see what the log tells us. All right, now if I wait for a message, there it is, comes in, and then I fire off. 200, okay, no. 404 not found, but did it come in with anything? Update map, okay, for P0, this is okay. Well, it did something. It definitely did something. So do I have bad logic in here somewhere? It matches true until it's not. If it's matched. Oh, I see. Yeah, we gotta break out of here. Otherwise it'll just keep looping forever. And that'll offset my little search. Okay, yeah. Good. So what happened here? First key, first value. So it's not splitting it up correctly. What's my payload? Payload looks good. Yeah, it looks like this. All right. So let me make sure. First key. Yeah, first value. Yeah. Do I have a good start position? I'm not sure yet. I can print that out. Check anything else. This seems right. Except this is not. Duh, I can't just do a 4 and 4 in here. I've got to offset. So this would actually be like that. That's got to be offset. B and BB have to be offset. Because I'm reading into a bigger thing here. All right, and now if I do it again, yeah, that's fine. Because I think I return a 404 no matter what. And then, what do we have? Anything? Heck yeah, here we go. First key SG. So I'm just off by 1. And then left, and then command, and then, okay. All right. So I could go like... Well, if I do... All right. If I do this... How off am I? This is gonna be a bunch of off by 1 junk. Message. So this would have to be +1. Okay. And then where the hell did you go? Okay, and then my second key is right, and the value is move. Okay. And then I can take out the I don't need to worry about the off key and stuff. I can just do that later. So let me make sure that's correct, because if that's correct, then yeah. So we'd do a -1 over here. So just -1 though, all the way down. It's just cascade -1. All right. So it's just off by 1 crap. Okay. Now we can eat up the commands. That's great. We'll go to, we'll do this later. It's okay. We'll take whichever values we get. So if the first key is CMD, then we're going to deal with, I suppose we'd have to do, Yeah, CMD message like that. Okay, if it happens to be the second. And then we do the same thing for, I should build a function for this or something, but okay, so we're going to do the same thing for message like that. And then at the very, very end, when we're really sure we've got it all, we've definitely got it all, right? We'll go, we'll just spit it out for now. And I should increase the buffer for this thing. Message should be much bigger. So we should increase value. We should make it, because people are going to send long messages. But I also don't want them to send unlimitedly long messages. So maybe I'll just do max message for now. I should put a define on this. All right. Let's see. This again. This again. That's fine. I don't care. All right. And so now if I ship off the message and look at my logs, I have command junk. Well, that's great. But my message is down. So why is my command junk? I've named this poorly. It's not max message. It's max value. The chat's so quiet. Nobody tries to derail you. Yeah, there's not a heck of a lot of people on either. They're all watching other stuff. It's Friday, so yeah, there's probably a lot of fun streams to go watch instead of mine. So why on earth? Second value. Didn't realize it's Friday already? Yep, it's Friday. You're trying to fix stuff too, Mist? Nice. Well, misery loves company or something like that, right? Just gotta think this out for a second. The only thing that I would want to do... Oh, yeah, okay. It's got to be like this because I have values after. That's why. Oh, of course I did. Of course I made it difficult. There, we'll do this again. Super secure. Yada, yada, yada. All right. Message. Crap. So this showed up correctly, but this did not. And now I know why. I of course. course, because my value needs to match. That's why I set a variable so that I don't have to go through. That makes total sense. Or I thought it did. They both contain a value. Oh, death by 1,000 paper cuts. There, no, why? It's right there. Um, the match if else looks weird. Yeah, it is weird. I've been playing around with string manipulation because string manipulation in C is exorbitantly wasteful. And so I was trying out a few things to make string manipulation faster. And I'm not applying that here. So I'm writing some pretty degenerate code just to kind of get through this until I replace it with what I think is preferable. If you actually go look at the source code for things like string compare, substring, mem copy on string, shift string, things like that, they've made it so that it's so versatile, but it comes at the cost of you're doing some pretty wasteful string operations that you don't always need. So it's good to have a sense of what the hell's going on so that you can kind of come up with simpler solutions on your own. Oh, I see. First, yeah, okay. I need to do the second, yeah, this one. No, you're still not. Listen, check for key in if then value in else. It's because I split it up into. I've made it so that the order shouldn't matter. It doesn't matter if you get the first command second or the second command first. But then it means that I put them into like this first and second characters, and then I have to compare them to see where's my command and where's my message. Is it in the first slot or is it in the second slot? That way, if I go to my JS and I decide to swap these, it won't matter. I could put them in any order, and ultimately that's what this whole thing will become. Is that it? As long as I look for the right characters, I don't care about the order. I just need to know the thing I'm looking for is in there. But it doesn't help that I did this weird character matching thing. But it's okay. I understand the I understand the problem. Like I understand why. First key. So message works. Oh, I also didn't explain that very well. There we go. So there we go. So I could change the order and then command will still be moved and message will still be left. Okay, perfect. Now the problem is that now that I'm realizing this, I am realizing that I do have to extract. Yeah, it does look weird. Yeah, it's because I want to make the JS not have to care about order. Um, I do need to figure out auth key and player name. I have to map this to player somehow. I do have a longer term plan. Well, not long term, but short term. But we're just not there yet. But there's a plan to make it easy to determine or to pass around a command from the client to the server and retain who sent it. Unfortunately, right now, I'm going to have to do a bunch of duplication when I should really be writing a function for this or just cleaning it up in general. Uh, uh, so I could just copy this. That's going to get me my auth key and player name. I have to. I have to do it. This is going to suck. But there it is. My starting position is going to have to be cursor +3 plus the string length of, well, no, I track cursor here, don't I? So cursor will automatically be, okay, so it could just be, we could just go cursor +4. And then it'll just pick it up. And then +1 these. Such bad offset math. All right, how far does this get us? Of course we redefined it. Yes, it makes complete sense. Okay. Redefinition of cursor. It's unused. What are you talking about? It's unused. You're unused. It's not unused. Shut up. What do we have? Auth key. Oh, close. Oh, so close. Auth key and player name. So we just gotta do a +1. Or actually a -1. We gotta go back. Okay. So this just has to be 3, and then we'll go like that. I'll make sure to test it. Ah, oh, damn it, what? That's not what you showed me last time. Oh, I see. I'm doing an early offset, and I shouldn't be. Hang on, this doesn't make any sense. What the hell? It have like a malformed body? No. Okay, so what? There's no way that this is 6. It can't possibly be 6. It's either 6 or 7. Yeah, it is. All right. I hate these off by 1 stuff. If I had just taken this time and used ChatGPT or just created a proper function or something for it, then this wouldn't be a problem, right? Okay. We're okay now. So we've got our messaging, we've got our auth key and player name. That's all coming in now. And so at this point now, I can just take all this. I can track down user in game somehow. And then by by like auth key, I suppose. And how am I tracking it in the server? So it would have to be what? So in my server game, in here, I've got I map the web connection to a game player. So I would have to go track down this struct. I have to go track down this interface, find the server game player, then go find. Okay, so find the server game player by their connection ID, then go find the player in the game by this guy's player ID. Then compare what? Then compare what do I have in player? I could use online player, but technically player, yeah, if we have a player record, they're online. We don't, the only other place that players exist is in the DB, and that doesn't mean they're online. So we actually don't even need online player. It's just if we have a record for them, then they're online. That's just how it is. Okay. I have a DBIDX. So I would have to look up what? How do I guess cross-reference by name? Yo, what's up, 1TM? Good to see you. Do I really? I suppose I could. Oh, no, I don't really want to do that. Well, I could put the auth key in there. What would be more unique? Player names can clash. Can they? Or are we storing them unique? They're unique. When I do the version that I'm about to release, though, anybody can put in any player name that they want, which means that we'll have to make sure that there's no clash in either auth key or player name. So why don't we just put both in there for now? We can always take it out. And then we'll check for uniqueness. We'll go through all the players in the game. We'll check their name and or their auth key. If they exist, then we know that they're that player. And then we can execute commands. So I'll just go like this. We'll make it better after. All right. So when I receive this command, I have to do the following. Track down user in sgups. Get game player IDX. Go over to world players. Cross-reference auth key and name. In which, in this case, it'd be player name. If match, that's your player. Execute command. What would be the command? It would be, well, I guess we just pass a message on. So in order to pass messages on to the game, we can put it in an array of actions. I guess we could just do that for now. Be an array of actions. and then eat it, or just directly manipulate it. Why don't we just do that for now? I just want to prove that this works instead of building out everything I want to build out right this second. If it's just movement, then just execute movement. All right, so let's go over that. So we're going to do max server game players if sgps x dot sse server id is equal to the current socket connection. So it'd be like that, right? Or is it not that? No, that's something else. Server SSEs. Let's see. It's this guy. Oh, I see. We already have it in here. Oh, I did think ahead. Oh, look at me. Oh, so it'd be this guy. So we go pull this guy. We check the auth key player name there. Okay. I guess we still need this. But what we can do now is go grab this. Oh, this is gonna look so bad. Like that. And then I don't need to check the socket descriptor. Then I can just go directly to I wonder if I can just do a comparator like that. I'm actually not sure. I think sometimes it freaks out. And okay, so if that matches, then now what we have game player IDX. And that's our thing. And so now we can just go world players, whatever this is. And if CMD is move and message is left, we'll just go X. Actually, let's go here. X plus equals 1. That's it. Now I remember why I would want to fire this off to the game. The reason why I want to fire this off to the game is because every grid stores an array of the players that are on it, as well as NPCs. If I'm going to move a player off of a grid and onto another one, I need to do all the calculations that move a player out of the tile, out of the grid, and onto another one. So to do that, utils maybe? No. I know. Okay, I know what to do. So we're going to fill out this function. We're going to try and do this portion right at least. Can you use equals on strings? Sometimes you can. Usually you can't. But so usually what'll happen is it'll warn you. Like if it gets close, okay. Usually you can't. That's the answer. Usually no. Sometimes you can. You'll get a warning if you do. We're going to find out. Because I don't remember. yada, 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 in bounds. Here, just do it right. Just do it right. Try to remove player from an out of bounds tile. I guess one thing we could do is check that it's not 0. Like, just make sure that there's actually people in here. I tried to remove a player from an empty tile. Man, I can't type today. All right, now we're gonna essentially do this. Found is fine. We want to find it. What we want to do when we find it is set it to an invalid ID. And then if not found, then we log it. Tried to remove a player from a tile where the player didn't exist. Like that. All right. So we go search through it, yada yada. Yeah, we go look through the players. Okay. So then a move function, if we wanted to put a move function, it would just utilize these two things. It's fine for now. Let's see if I can get this to work. No, I'm not going to be able to get it to work here, because I don't think I have access to that function. This is like a separate state of code. Am I including anything from the game in here? That's all the Windows stuff. No, let me have a look at include. Server utils, fixed key value pair, that's for the binary data. Yeah. Yeah, okay. So I'm gonna have to include probably Mud World. I don't want to, but remove when channels are sorted out. All right, so then here, let's pseudocode it. It'd be remove player from tile. Sure, I suppose. Yeah, it'd be like that. Yeah. So remove this guy from tile. And then add player to tile. And in order to get the actual X and Y coordinates, we kind of have to do this. Yeah. And so what happens when we do add? So when we do, so if we're going to move right, okay, we're going to find out if equals on strings that will actually work. So if we're going to do right, then we first remove them. then we add them. But in between here, right will be +1. It'll just be that. Mute stream? No, Emmett. It's not a mute stream. Of course there's too many errors. Ah, fantastic. Okay, what did we do? Unknown type named enum terrain kind. Unknown type name enum terrain features. From where? Mud World? Mud log not supported, probably because we need mud utils. That's why I didn't want to include this, but alas. Max server game players. Now this one's tricky. Max server game players, if I go to look at my caveman server. No, if I go look at game.c, max server game players is yeah, I think I have to move the definition up here in order to make it accessible to the file. Did that help? It sure did. Undeclared identifier. Yeah, so I gotta move a bunch of these. I guess this. Well, we're knocking the errors down a bit. Server processed. Bool server processed. What are you talking about? Oh, man. Okay. Server SSEIDX. That's why. All right. Working through them one by one. What else did I do? There we go. Result of comparison against a string literal is unspecified. So that's what it tells you. I do have a family to support. Thank you, Emmett. Give me money. If you donate 20, I'll gift you an animated pixel character. There you go. If you guys donate $20, Emmett will gift out an animated pixel character. We'll put it on the game. I'll put it here on this guy. Because why wouldn't we? We'll put it somewhere in here. Send me $20. Somebody. It's just 20. I can't do a comparator, so why don't I just do... Why don't I just do a safe check? Did I? There we go. Let's try that. Okay. Undeclared identifier world players. Because why? Mud online? Where do I set that up? Where am I setting up world players? Fake DB. Come on, I want Emmett to gift the pixel character. World map. Where? I'm gonna have to include the whole kitchen sink here, aren't I? Where did I define world map? Here. Hang on. Hang on. Are you... Oh, okay, okay. FakeDB needs it. I see. Oh, wait, what? No. What are you... Oh, because I included FakeDB inside of FakeDB. Too many errors. Fantastic. What the hell? Um, why use string compare? It could just it's bounded, so there's no risk of overflow at all. Um, so you're not gonna have to worry about the one string comparison overflowing from the other string comparison or vice versa. It's just by default what I do because I always want to default to safety standards as opposed to just whatever standards. Safety first, everyone. Uh, well, this is going to be a problem. This is going to be a problem because I have like a huge chain of includes here in order to make this happen. So what if I just did this? Can I then go back to my game.c, take out the include for mud? No, yeah, yeah, and only include online, and then go down to here and just instead of going, oh, this is game.c. No, I did that in the wrong place. My bad. I have to go to caveman server. That's what I have to do. Yeah, I just want to do online. Can I just do this? And if I do online, actually, I want to keep that on. Can I take this out, take it all out, and then just go, what was it? What was my definition? Move player right. And then I'll just fake it. Okay, compiler. Will you be my friend? No. CHTTP, I've always kind of wanted to do that. Yeah, well, I read all the documentation on network sockets in C. I read all the documentation on threading. So I took the last version of my HTTP server and I ripped it all out, and now I have Caveman server. And it's way better. It's so much better. It's mind-boggling how many abstractions still exist even in C when you look at what the default standards are for how would I do a HTTP server in C? Well, bro, do you even know what a socket is? How about you start there? Because man, once you read the documentation on sockets and threads, it's way easier. Like, oh, I made so many mistakes. That's why I kept seg faulting on me. I didn't need to build a bajillion things, right? Just because everybody else does. It just became way simpler once I understood what was going on under the hood, which is the point of all my streams, right? So it was good. So what happened here? Um, Let me go. Well, I guess maybe let me go to the top. Caveman server. What happened in Caveman server that's breaking? Where are you breaking? 1236. Oh. Huh. Oh, that almost worked. There's an undefined reference to move player right. I wonder if I could extern this. I can extern it. Cannot combine with previous extern declaration specifier. Undefined reference to move player right. Second key, array index 32 is past the end of the array. I'll deal with this in a second. I just need to figure out why this isn't working right. Let me have a look at my build and then go. I want to see the I want to be verbose, bro. Is it like this? Yeah. So in here, in handle client data, game.c, undefined reference. I'm not handling client data here. It's Caveman. Yeah. This is where I handle client data, right? This is what this function is. Yeah, handle client data. And I'm including mud online. So I guess it is just undefined. Thanks for the follow, whoever just followed just now. Gato, thank you, appreciate that. Let's just see. Maybe it just needs to be defined. Yeah, that's what it was. It just needed to be defined. All right. So then in that case, then we'll just do exactly what I was going to do on over here, but we're just going to clean this up. Actually, let me put that back for a second because I need, where did the player thing go? It's right here. Like that. I need that. Okay, take that out. Okay. All right, cool. So we'll take this out. Now we're going to go into our player here and we'll remove. Okay. Actually, I want to make that just a touch nicer to read. And we'll go here. And okay. Now if I was I could go down a pretty deep rabbit hole of optimizations on this terrible code. We'll get there. We'll get there. I don't think people want to watch me do micro optimizations on the code though. What happened? Player IDX. Yeah. Here. What happened here? No member named X in player. Yes, no, there isn't. You're right. I would have to take the first character. So I'd have to go something like, uh, yeah, yeah. It'd be like this. It's the first character. Because you guys are going to be able to have multiple characters on your accounts. Holy crap. Undeclared function add player from tile. This would be Mud World. Add player to tile. What else? Static declaration follows non-static declaration. You're static. Conflicting types for add NPC to tile. Why is that conflicting? Previous implicit declaration is here. I don't know. What's up, Vamp? Good to see you. Thanks for the follow, Z1. I want to say Z1. Whoever just followed just now, I appreciate it. Maybe I'll try making my preview window a little bigger. There, that should help. Okay, so what else? I don't know. Let me go up to the top here and see. It's still telling me that. Why is it telling me that? Add NPC to tile. So am I running fake DB before I'm running? Yeah, I guess I am. Does fake DB reference Mud Online? It probably doesn't. No, it does. It references. Cat. Cat tipped $20 for moist money. Thank you, Cat. I appreciate that greatly. Cat's pretty awesome. She's pretty fun when she hangs out on Emmett's stream. Yeah, moist. Yeah, thank you, Cat. I appreciate that. I think the money counter went up already. I appreciate that. So there you go, Emmett. Gift a pixel art. Give me my pixel art. Let's go. Give it to me. No, Cat, thank you. I appreciate that. It means a lot. Yeah. Hope you're doing well, Cat. I know this isn't typically the kind of thing you watch. This is pretty nerdy stuff. Okay, so Mud Online, static declaration of world indexed. All right, so let me go to Mud World. Let me move the static declaration. And then I guess because of this stupid thing. So why don't I just do fake DB and why don't I just load it up in mud.h. I'll put it here before. Okay. That seems to have helped. Yeah, thanks, Cat. Okay. Well, if it did help, then can I just do a move? I would be west, right? And then I get a seg fault. Crap. I might have to do this the right way. Oh, this is going to be the most boring stream. This is going to be the most boring stream. But you know what? If you pay me more money, I'll fix this up correctly. And I'll explain the correct way to do this. But you have to send me more money. Send me more money. I need it. This is my job. If you guys want to learn about how to do this properly, I'll explain it all. Um, so essentially what's happening here is that I'm trying to cross streams. And crossing streams is not helping right now because it's making it so that a bunch of this data is getting all mashed up together. The server is pretty solid, but the game is not because I haven't refactored the game enough. There's a few things that need to be. Yeah, rule number one of ghost busting: you never cross streams. Yeah. So this is a problem because as I try and make the server communicate with the game directly and vice versa, you have to expose a bunch of the data in the game with the data in the server. And when you start doing that, then you start getting into weird errors like all these warnings, right? I guess I could turn off the dash V so that it's not so overwhelming. Uh, well, actually, I was wrong. These warnings are not because of the cross streams. These warnings are because of me. Because I have to fix this on the server side. So I can do that. But the seg fault happens when I attempt to make a move. So we can actually kind of prove this out. So let's go with the caveman style here, which is absolutely horrid. Let's say that we log something out here and we go about to move player, yeah? And so here we can even put in the player ID. So we're going to attempt to move the player, and then we go over to wherever I'm defining move player right. And what we can do is we can step through. So if I just go like let's see, NPR like 1, let's just do this. NPR 2, NPR 3. Okay. So we're going to do that, and you're going to see that because we're crossing streams, it's making the C code, well, and the underlying memory do some very weird things. Okay, so far nothing because I haven't done anything, right? But if I go and click on go, well, which way do I want to go actually? Maybe it's because the command. Oh crap! No, it's seg faulted anyways. Yeah, let me try one more time, but let me try going west. Yeah, it's seg faulted anyways. Okay, so let's go have a look at the logs. Okay, so here we have move right. Right here. Move right. Now, we didn't even see this, did we? About to move player. Nope. So we actually didn't make it here. So am I using strn compare wrong? You'd think after all the articles I've read. No, I'm using it correctly. Yeah. Oh, well, sort of. I have to do, yeah, I have to do 0. Okay, let's give this one more shot and see what the logs say. So I want to try and go right. Oh, it hung up. Okay. Well, it hasn't done that in a while. Yeah, it hung. It got hung. Loop is borked? Yeah, it might be borked. So okay, let's remove code until it's not borked. Still borked. Look at the stop condition. Oh, good catch. Good catch, D-Diver. Yeah, there we go. All right, let's put code back now. Maybe that's why it's seg faulted. Okay, okay, move. Yeah, command move, message equals right. So let's dump in another server log and we're going to go over here and see if we can get this to trigger at least. Nope, doesn't trigger. So we're probably not even hitting the right player. So let's go over here. Okay, there we go. So something's up with the way that we're even checking for these things. So auth key and player name. Let's take out this log. And what should happen is I want to see what this is. So when I attempt to trigger this, auth key and player name, that's correct. So then the question is it just a comparison? I think that's all it is. We're just doing a comparison of strings incorrectly. So I guess let's go back to safety. Like that. 0. So they both have to match. So we check for that. We check for player name. Thanks again, Kat. You guys need to up your payments, okay? Rent is due. Let's see now. All right, good. So we got at least to this point. We got to this point, and so then the question is, why do we not get to about to move to player? And I suspect that I have screwed up. I sure have. It should be like that, right? So I don't have it in the right bracket. Sometimes it pays to zoom in and space it out. And so there's that. All right, so we'll do this. Oh, junks. All right. So now if yeah, about to move player. There we go. Okay, so the seg fault, DDaver, you nailed it. The seg fault was because of the that never-ending loop. It seg faults when it tries to loop through everything. I'm not even doing a check on active versus inactive connections, streaming connections to the server. Like up here, I should do, if this is what I'm going to do, I don't even know if I'm going to keep this, to do check for like active, inactive, and skip if inactive, essentially, or whatever it is. So I don't actually have to check them all. This is a pretty wasteful. But there you go, I moved. So now if I do it again, there probably is two players because yeah. So it's stacking me up. All right, so now we have another problem, which is why am I not getting removed from the previous one? Let's see if we can figure that out. So we've got online. Okay, we can remove these logs. We figured out the seg fault. I'm glad that my server is far more stable. It's so much better. Man, I'm so glad I read all that documentation. Oh, and some of the cool stuff you can do with threads, boys, we haven't even started. So remove player from tile. Are there any logs? Like, it's not telling me that it failed to move. Right here, it's good. Remove. So if I go back to world and I go remove player from tile. Oh, I know. Tile has a count. Yeah. Okay. Total players. It has to be removed like that. And we already increased the count over here. That's why. All right. Okay. Now let me disconnect. And then let me go back at it. And let me refresh. Okay. And then whenever this thing updates, there we go. What's up, Mike? I see the issue. Everything's green. Is that the issue? I don't know about that. I don't think that's an issue. Cat. Do you want Emmett to build something brand new? Like, Cat, you get to decide what to build. In terms of pixel art character. Your choice. You sure? Because it's green? I know it's green, Mike. Okay? I know. I chose it to be that way. Bro. It was my choice to do that. Okay, moving works. That means that I could just move around. I should do something like bounds checking or like making sure the intended tile. Make sure intended tile is not blocked. For now, you can walk through everything. Also green, yeah. Okay, so good. We're... Okay, does this need to be extern? I think it does. Let's see. It doesn't. Sweet. Okay, that was a source of complication. Actually, also make sure intended tile is not out of bounds. Well, it actually does check for not out of bounds. But we want to check it up here, otherwise we're just skipping stuff. I should probably take a shower. Gare! Thank you for resubbing, man. 5 months. I appreciate it, Gare. How you doing, man? Good to see you. Thank you for the sub on the Twitch side. Here, I guess that means I can pop up the, like, I don't know how much is a sub worth? Is that like $10 or something? Sorry to hear that, Gare. No, that's the wrong place. Where are the widgets? What the heck? Here, like that. Okay, there we go. I'm gonna go back. There you go. Chad writes in C, Chad starts with C, yeah. Okay. Chat starts with C, never mind. Yeah, no, Chad. Starts with... I can't do it. I don't know. I got nothing. Okay, we'll do up. Actually, we'll do down because consistency. And then up. Okay. Now, the other thing I want to do is the ticker. We got to get that monthly sub revenue up to 10K. I'm trying. Listen, if you drop some money on, I'll explain some of this stuff. There's some cool stuff. Why is StreamYard so expensive? Because they know that they're, one of the bigger games in town, right? They know it. So it is what it is. All right. I have a ticker. I'll show you what it is. So in my game code in game.c, I have 2 threads. They're both detached threads, which means that I don't care when they finish. I don't care to listen to their response. I just don't care. Those 2 threads are updating the game, essentially. One does game updates, or one is going to do game updates. Actually, there's a third. No, actually, the game updates will go on a third thread or multiple threads. But in any case, right now, one does connection management, making sure that if you're disconnected, we remove you off the game. And it just churns through that. It's pretty slow because I did it really poorly, but it works. And then the other thing that I'm doing is sending the updates to the clients. So that's on its own thread because it has to piece together all the HTML that has to come out of the server sent events. And so I've got these two threads. Now the ticker here is that the reason why this takes so long to update. So when I do, whatever, when I click on that and it takes forever, it's because I set it to 5 seconds. If I want it to be very fast or only on particular updates, I would do something like this. I think this one is like half a second. So what would happen if we did that? Well, what would happen is that the server would start sending you updates way faster. And you can actually see that right now. You see that? So the thread is doing that every half a second. And it's shipping the HTML down every half a second. And so there it is, right? So now if I do this, right, there's a little bit of a delay. I could even knock that down a bit more. But, right, well, let's go. Maybe does any of these work? No, I haven't plugged that in, but you can see all that, right? So that's what these threads are. That's what they're for. You have pthreads and WASM. No, it's not WASM. This is server code. Like this is rendering HTML, like it's sending HTML to the browser. The pthreads isn't in WASM. Are you using a lib for networking? No, I wrote my own. I hand rolled it. I read all the documentation there was on pthreads, and I read all the documentation there was on sockets. I even took notes somewhere on, I think, my caveman server. I took notes on sockets. I think I took notes on pthreads. Yeah, I took notes all up here. What these things mean, how they connect together, how you utilize them properly, blocking versus non-blocking, long-lived sockets versus short-lived sockets. It's actually far more straightforward than you think. It's crazy. You just don't, like, server sent events for a never-ending stream. The reason why they've been around since like the late 2000s is because all you do is just not close the socket, and you just set a parameter that says I'm not going to listen to anything coming in. That's it. So yeah. So yeah, I hand rolled it all by myself, all the networking. So I run my own HTTP server, and then I just fetch to it and whatever. What's up, Eternal Guilt? You don't know this framework. I don't care if you wrote your own kernel. Rejected. Yeah, that's right, Eternal. That's right. That's the tech industry for you. Oh, you don't know React, but you wrote your own kernel? Peace out of here with that. Get out. We don't want you here. Yeah, you're too good for us. That's what they're saying, right? That's what they're saying. Okay. So now I have to consider a few things. I can make an improvement to the speed of this guy. I could maybe like I could have it even. The problem with doing it this fast, C developer, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. The issue with doing it this fast is if you have a look at the SSE stream here, it's sending a lot. Actually, to be honest with you, this isn't actually that bad. I do wonder why this info box keeps... What's going on with that? Is it because I'm swapping in the HTML all the time? What if I do that? Ah, it's because I've disabled cache. Ha. That's why. Because I had this cache disabled up here. So it was my own fault. So that's what the browser should do. It should cache all the images for you. But I guess because I'm doing testing, so watch what happens. Right? And then, yeah. So that way it just reads it from disk. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so why don't we try and just finishing up since we're already here. Let's go back to caveman server and we'll just do right, left, up, down. I think we're okay to comment these out. We already got a pretty noisy log. Yeah. Okay, cool. Now that's not bad. AK, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. So this is the okay, we're off to a okay start. I kind of want to sort of few more things out. I want to show the list of NPCs on here. I wonder what that would involve. Let's just go over to our adapter. Um, it's down here into our info box. I don't think I have that function. What was I doing here? Oh, yeah. Okay. So I do actually want to wire this up. Yeah, that's right. Because I wasn't sure how I was gonna do that. Okay, so the it would be NPCs. Yeah, that gets you your IDX. There's a safeguard. We go and pull it from the world, and then we show it. Did I already think ahead and actually like solve it? World NPCs count? No, I changed this, right? I changed it to max. I think it's max NPCs. Where are my definitions? Yeah, max NPCs. Okay. And then we go up. Hey, look at that. Wizard. Nice. Now, I'm just realizing something. You notice this? You see how I highlight and then it goes away? Can anyone tell me? You can either pay me $5 to give you the answer, or you can tell me why I highlight and then it goes away. I'm not clicking. I'm just highlighting and then it goes away. This, I, yeah, I just realized. Oh, I'm gonna have to solve that. Oh, I'll give you a hint. You can't read Portuguese? Yeah, I know. You're updating the text and images. That's my first guess. I don't know the code. Yeah. Let's try it. C developer. So with the SSC connection, I'm receiving updates to the game all the time. That causes a problem because that's why something like this happens. So I'll click south, right? And then I just clicked it now and nothing happened. And the reason why is because I clicked it as an update was coming in and overwriting the content here. Yeah. So yeah, exactly. So I would have to consider only updating. I think what I got to do is just only update certain portions. That's it. I just have to break this up and then only trigger updates when something has happened, like you've moved a position, then we update this, right? When and the box. When somebody moves out or in, then we just update the list of things inside the current area. So that's why. And I should never update the buttons. The buttons should just be their own thing. So it's a solvable problem. I just have to think about it differently. I'm not, I just sent everything down because it was the easiest. But I should just be a little bit more targeted about what I send and when I send it, and then it'll be fine. So it's fine. I'll deal with a little bit of weirdness for now. It's okay. Okay, but this works. So that's great. Cool. Good. Good job, C developer. Um, yeah, I don't think Cat's still here. I'm not gonna fall for that, Mike. If you wanna tell a joke, you're welcome to tell a joke, but you're getting nothing out of me. Okay, let me take this out. Actually, I do want to clean this up just a little bit. I'm just gonna say clean up NPC referencing. Actually, I might rewire this. It's not a joke. The UK says C is too secure, so they want it banned. Send a link, Mike. Otherwise, it didn't happen. If there's an actual link to that, I'll pull it up. Whoa, what did I just do? I don't know. What did I do? No, no. Well, yeah. What did I do? Oh, I pushed this button. I shouldn't have done that. That's what I did. Yeah, okay. Consider state for each player and the proximity of the players. Nice big data structure to know which players need an update. Yeah, so I have thought about how I want to approach this. There's a few different ways to slice up the data. And because we're in C, what we get is nice access to some pretty fast, zippy array structures. As long as you just, honestly, if you just do some flat arrays, you can have pools. So if you create some pools, which you can just have a representative of views into the entire world, depending on what kind of pool you need. So it's just databases do this. They create views into an entire set of data, right? So you just take the stuff you need and you put it into a more condensed version based on what you need, and then you just throw it out. It's kind of along the same lines of an arena, but just a little bit different. So I thought about having pools of like portions of the world, and you can chunk through those. You can just group a bunch of players into an array, a very simple array that's just for X coordinates. Here's the list of players that need an update to get their map updated, things like that, right? There's a few ways to get to work through that. So I don't know. I have choices, right? I have choices. The what I'm gonna want to do is profile a little bit what some of these choices are, and it also depends on how uh Laughly, who's helping me code the game portion. I'm just doing like stupid, just piece together and get some functionality going so you guys can go play, put in like some text and stuff. And he's gonna do like more serious coding on the game side, and I'll just deal with the server stuff and rendering the game to you and the web and the front end, the web interface. So Laughly is going to be the one who ultimately decides how the structure is going to be, but he thinks like I do. Laughly's another person in chat on the Twitch side who helps me out with coding and everything. So he'll know what to do. He'll know how to do it right. I trust him to put together the right data structures for it. But yeah, CDev, it's going to be fun. Honestly, it's going to be a lot of fun. Okay, what else do I have to do? Um, Book, Castle Tower. What other images do I have here? Staff, sword, river. You know what I need to do? I have to take some images. Let me do this. Offline for a second. I need to download some images because there's some other images that got sent over to me. Nice, you've been thinking about it. I sure have. Okay, so let me download that. Let me download the wizard. Let me download the knight. And sure, allow it. And then I'll go and move them over. Images. Mountain 1. Wizard. You know what was really fun? Being super nitpicky, and I mean this like genuinely, being super nitpicky about the server and all the networking, and just like bashing your head against the wall. And I still mean this, like it was actually fun. Not in the moment, but in hindsight, it was fun to figure that out and how it worked, why it worked, etc. That was a fun project. Thanks, thank you, Iron, whatever. I, sorry, Iron, whoever just gave me the follow. I appreciate that. Okay, so if I want to do something like, do I have House? I don't have House. I should download House as well. Let me get House. Let me go over here. Images, House. Okay, that's good. Yeah, what's up, TV Josh? Yeah, mud coding. Yep. Okay, so I can do stuff like, let me flesh out the world a little bit more. I want to set up blocking. That's an easy thing I can do. Where is my... Okay, so we're going to load our fake DB in here. Anything that is C is a... Whoops. 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 Can you, like, just not freak out for a second? Thank you. Anything that's C is blocked. All right, so we're going to say that's blocked. We've got a river. We've got a castle tower. I want to create another NPC. So we have wizard and knight. So now that we've added that, what I would like to do... No, not here. Where's my renderer? It's right here. I want to show that we have a wizard and a knight. Right now, I just have has NPCs, but I think what I have to do is preempt this. If I know that there's a wizard in here, then I'll put wizard. If I know it's a knight, then I'll put a knight. If it's just NPCs that are not known right now, then... Oh, how am I going to represent this actually? Let me run the game. Because it's just this, right? It's just has NPCs is this. By the way, I created this. I hope you like it. I don't know if Emmett's still here. I hope you like it, Emmett. But I did this by hand. I hand picked, and this guy too, by hand. Hand pixel art. The grass somebody else did. The ocean someone else did. The river someone else did. The tower. I think I did the tower. Yeah, I did the tower. Yeah, you can tell because it looks like something. Crap. That's what. Okay, so I don't know how to represent the concept that go north. The concept that there's more than one thing in here. So let's say that I was to add another. Nope. Where's here? Let's say I was to add another NPC here, and it's the wizard now, right? So now there's two things in here. It's the most beautiful thing you've ever seen in your life, yeah? Is it? Do you like it, Emmett? Look, check that out. So I did the enemy, and I did the player, and I did the tower. All for you, sir. All for you. How do you like that? How do you like them apples? Huh? All hand drawn. I literally just opened up GIMP 16 by 16 and just went for it. Just whatever it was, I went for it. Didn't even care. Looks good. Thanks, Mike. Yeah, appreciate that. I appreciate it. Okay, so I can't really represent more than one type of NPC. So I suppose I'll just pick... You'll have to pay me for some pixel art. No, man, I have to pay you for pixel art when I have money again. Oh, man. I really need to, like... I really need to find a job. I really do. Maybe I have a future as a pixel artist. If you guys donate, I'll do pixel art on stream. I'm not kidding. I'll do it. You guys have to donate like enough though. Like 20 bucks at least, and I'll create more pixel art. Okay. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna prioritize like what kind of NPC is in here. So that's fine. Has NPCs is fine. I have to go through the NPCs. So we'll go through it and we'll do... What's up, Evil Eye? This game puts Path of Exile 2 to shame. It will. It will. It will put it directly to shame. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. I'll have to go for less than tile total NPCs. And pull in the actual NPC. Just like that. Super easy read into the data. I hate this. I hate all of this string stuff. I just hate it. I really do. I have a better system. It's far easier and far simpler. I'll have to update this. More cleanup. I hate looking at it. Like, what the hell? I understand why I did it, and I understand the reason. Like, you have to understand it, like this, the length of your strings and shifting. But this is just so. It's way like. Have you ever seen what SNPrintf does? Have you ever looked at it? Like, what is this? It's not that bad, but I just hate looking at it, and it's not really necessary because there's a lot of this stuff that I already know what my lengths of characters are going to be because the HTML doesn't change. So I just need to know where to put. Anyways, I'm just complaining now. I don't like how some of it is structured. We can be smarter about this. We'll be smarter about it. Uh oh damn. Frosnan gifting subs. Holy crap. Let me see how many because I didn't catch it. How many subs were gifted? Let me see. 5. Frosnan, thank you for gifting out 5 subs. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you for doing that, man. Congratulations, everyone who got it. That's thank you. Thank you for all the support today, man. You and Kat, who doesn't even know like what I'm doing. She's just being cool. Yeah, I appreciate it. I mean, yeah, I'll keep going. As long as you guys support me, I'll keep going. Thanks for the follow, Frozen. There it is. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that too. Um, Here, let me change the goal again. So I think it's like I don't know, it's like $27 or something. So it'd be or $25 maybe. So I don't know, something like that. There, I updated the goal. It's something like that. We're getting close to the goal, boys. We're getting close to the goal. Thanks again, Frosnan. Thank you. I appreciate that a lot. Um, Thanks for helping me out and my family too, because that's exactly what you guys are doing right now. So I do appreciate it. And in the meantime, you get to watch me do some crazy, some crazy stuff that most people don't do or wouldn't even know how to do. Not because they're dumb or anything, just because they just don't think about these things, and they should. Okay, so I'm reaching in. I'm getting the NPC. I'm going through all the NPCs by their ID. I'm just reaching right in. I could pointer it, but whatever. I'm trying to avoid pointers as well. So that's fine. So now I want to just look at maybe the name. It might be good to have some enums for the type of NPCs. I don't think Laughly's got to that yet. Oh, I guess this would be it. The job class. Well, no, it's not really job class, is it? Thanks, Frosnan. I appreciate that, man. Yeah, yeah, Evil Eye. I got monetized on YouTube, so I guess there's ads on my stuff now. I'm pretty sure I can control that, but I haven't looked into it. Yeah. So I'm just gonna go for it. I think probably Laughley's gonna hate me for this, but we're gonna do it anyways. I don't care what he thinks. So it's gonna be enemy, enemy wizard, enemy knight, and I don't know, something else, right? So we're gonna go enum enemies, maybe just enemy type. Let's go like that. Okay. And in our thing here, we should probably put it inside the struct, right? That makes sense. You want to reference it inside the NPC struct. Yeah. So we're gonna go. Well, hang on though. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So we're gonna do that. We'll go. Hey, shouldn't it be NPC type? It should probably be NPC type. Let me get rid of. No, 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 not that, not that. It should probably be NPC type. That's probably what it should be, not enemy type. So if I guess it would be like NPC type enemy wizard. I just know I'm gonna spend a bunch of time on this, and then that other guy is gonna come in and not and just change it. Because you could do like villager, right? Who's not an enemy. You could do, I don't know, you could do like princess. Yeah, let's just do that. NPC type. And then we can just reference this. So fine, we can give it a name. Who cares? How about that? It's all good. And so then what we'll do is go um type no. We don't need to name it so verbose. We know it's the NPC. Type will equal NPC type enemy knight. Like that. And then we're gonna put wizard. Just like that. Okay, so we do that, and then we go back to the renderer and we go if type is equal to NPC. It would have to be none. NPC type none. Just like that. So if it's none, then we just skip it, actually. I'm going over the 80 line or 80 column rule. However, if instead it's NPC type enemy knight, then I hate the string stuff. NPC is, well, I guess we could even do like that. We could set the attribute to be like that, but the query selector is actually a lot easier if I do this. And yeah, we do want enemy because we might have knights, NPC knights that are like friendly. So then it would just be NPC like knight. So our query selector attribute can pick this up easier. Yeah, okay. This is fine. It's good enough for now. Just being a little nitpicky here. This will be wizard. And if we found a type, right? Found type, it's set to false. We'll go, whoops. Then we'll do that. Otherwise, actually, do we want has NPCs no matter what? You know what? We probably do. Yep, we do. Take that out. I don't. I want to keep has NPCs. I just want to also specify what type there is in here, and I should actually put in has. And then I can choose how to render that. That's the key. Okay. Because then on the browser, I don't have to worry about what the server tells me to render. I give it all the information that's needed and I get to choose how to render. So maybe I do want to represent all the NPC types and just make them, I don't know, really tiny or something. Or maybe I want to prioritize showing one type of NPC over another. Well, I get to choose that here. The only thing I really care about is there enough information coming in from the server that I can look inside the HTML or that I can receive the right HTML such that I can render it properly. So this actually makes a lot more sense. So that's great because then I don't have to worry about hierarchies and structures inside of the C code. I can just ship it. So that's fine. So then just to prove it, I can go into my JS code in here and I think I have, yeah, so I check for different attributes. So I could go has NPC. I'll have to clean this up because this is a poor way of doing it. Has NPC. I should actually do a branchless. I should just do I should do a branchless on here. Okay, whatever. I'll get to it. Has NPC enemy type. Let's say I want to show the wizard. Okay. Now, if it has NPCs, that's fine. But in here, when we're in this NPCs block, we want to go if has NPC enemy type wizard, then we're going to show the wizard. Otherwise, we default to this guy. And the wizard is wizard 1. All right. So I'm going to disconnect. I'm going to zoom out. I'm going to shut this off. I will refresh. Crap. Crap. NPC type none. That checks out. NPC type none. Definitions? Enums. That's no, I have enums. I didn't save it. There we go. All right. We're going to go right back in. And did that work? No. Okay. I'm going to throttle down sending this. And we'll go back to like 5 seconds. Okay, that should give me enough time. Has NPC type enemy wizard. Yeah. Has NPC type enemy wizard. has NPCs. Yeah, why is it doing this? Huh. Let's debug with some JavaScript code. It's going to be like this, has NPC type enemy wizard. Yeah. So this should be true. Let me go look at the style. Style. Background. NPCs 1. So somehow it got triggered to go here. So let's go have a look at, where is it? Is it here? No. Is it sources? Yeah. So let's have a look at this. Let's go like whoop, and we'll go, well, there's our problem. It didn't update? Is it because it's cached? It's because it's freaking cached. That's why. That's why I turned cache off. There we go. Wizard. There's the... Actually looks really cool. I didn't make this. Laughing Panda made it. This is pretty cool. Okay, so now I can choose how to render. Which one where? That's great. Okay, now next thing I want to do is update the game loop and move NPCs around. Because at this point we've kind of proven that we can do all the world building. We can come up with like a whole suite of things. We've proven we can put NPCs on the map. We've proven we can move stuff around. So that's all great. I just want to do some simple processing of game stuff. And I kind of have two choices. It's probably worth it to kind of do this right, at least get the ball rolling, where I create a thread in the game code. So I would take this and maybe this function, so this thread creation on initialize, when I initialize the game, I would probably copy that. So you know what? Let's do it. Let's pseudocode it. So I'm going to take all this and then I'm going to go over to the initialize game here. When I initialize the game, I want to create another detached thread. Not two, just one, just like that. And this is going to be mud loop. Now, do I want to keep any of this? I don't. Well, actually, yeah, I kind of want to keep some of it, but I'll figure that out after. Okay, so I start the thread, and I'm gonna copy this because it's straightforward. But I'm going to remove the innards. Okay. So now we have something that we can run a lot. We don't actually need, we don't need to worry very much about this because this will do a chunk of work and then it'll wait for a quarter of a second and do it again. So that's pretty fast. Now we can adjust this. We could, another thing we could do is spin up like a few threads. We could have a thread for moving NPCs around. We could have a thread for updating the world. We like, there's all kinds of stuff, but we're getting started. I'm going to throw everything into this thread and let's just even make sure that this will run. It does not. And the reason why, because of forward declarations, but you know what? I'm going to forward declare your mom. There we go. Okay. So that now that's running. So now we have a total of 3 threads. And then what I'll end up doing is creating pools of threads. They're just going to be worker pools of individual threads, and I'll just go through them, and as they become available, I can just throw work at them, whatever I need to do. Yeah, okay. I'm just thinking this out. So could I just do a random move? Yeah, why not? And I think on one of these, yeah, random wander. That's it. What do I need for Rand? Anything else? I guess that's it. So that's fine. We'll just do a simple random wander. We'll set a proper tick on these guys after. I'm not going to worry about it right now. They'll do a random wander. We'll simply... Okay, so we're going to have to fix up this remove and add NPC to tile. Let's go over to the world. Let's go up to remove NPC. Okay. Tried to remove an NPC from an out of bounds tile. We don't need to check for that. What we need to check for is the same thing we checked for down here, which is the tile having total players less than or equal to 0. Thanks for the follow, Elwood. I appreciate that. Okay, so we need to say, so if this happens, then we're going to say tried to remove an NPC from an empty tile, like that. Elwood, I used to love MUDs. What a neat idea for a project. Yeah, it's fun. It's a lot of fun. And because we have such advanced stuff today, and in this day and age, right, we can put it on the web and do some cool stuff with it. We don't have to like stick to just the text-based adventure stuff, right? We can make it way better. Abe, can you help me set up a donation gold bar that updates as I get donations that will work for StreamYard? I can look into it, yeah. I'm gonna make a note. There you go. I made a note. I'll look into it. Yeah, I remember a Final Fantasy 1 mod with a lot of graphics. Not sure if it's still around. I have no idea. I don't even know. I don't even know what that is. Like I know what you're talking about, like Final Fantasy 1 and muds and stuff, but I didn't know that such a mud existed. I had no idea. That must have been a while ago. So if I have a look at what I did here, let me just copy this over because removing players like moving an NPC. So yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. So we just need to replace this essentially. So let's do that. No, wait. Yeah, total NPCs. Yeah, max tile NPCs. NPCs. NPC IDX. NPCs. Total NPCs. Yeah, okay, so far so good. And then right, and then we just log it. And that's it. Try to remove an NPC from a tile where the NPC didn't exist. Okay, now random movements then become something like well, whatever the hell they were when I actually had the file pulled up. So this would be mud, and then this would be rand. Yeah, in here. So yeah, we want to check for inbounds. Yeah, essentially, something like this. About 25 years ago, man. So man, wow. I was young. I'm curious about your code. I didn't see any data logs, mutex for global variables. Do you use mutexes for global variables? No, you don't need to. Here's why you need mutexes for global variables. Drop me 5 subs and I'll tell you why. And I'll explain to you why I don't need to. I got a grift. I'm jobless. So I want you to consider why you need mutexes on global variables, right? Is there any way around that? Now, I'm not saying that I never need them. I'm just saying that like I don't need them right now. And I probably won't need them very quickly for a very particular reason. Remove NPC from tile, inbounds, DX, DY, DX, DY. That's what's going to happen here. And then we update the position. It's going to be NPC X, NPC Y. Add NPC to tile. It's going to be DX, DY. N, I guess, and then that. So we just go through. int n and n is less than, yeah, max NPCs. And then our NPC can just be, I don't even know if this will compile. Right. Right. What's our definitions? It's just max NPCs. It will compile. Try to remove an NPC from a tile where the NPC didn't exist. Really? I suppose it's because I'm doing a plus. Yeah, I got to do this. That's what I got to do. And then I can change these. Yeah. Local storage on each thread. I didn't see where the variables in question were things that would need to be shared, but if they don't, then that would work. I'm not even using local variables in threads. Yeah, I'm gonna grift. Yeah, I'm gonna grift a little bit. You don't always need to do it. There's another way. And you can have your global variables and not worry about mutexing them. You can't see it here in this code. Let me put it that way. I haven't built it into this code yet, but I have all the tools I need. I already built them. And it's really, really simple. It's NPC, not N. What is going on? Oh, I see. Yeah, okay. What? What are you talking about? NPC.x, NPC.y, yeah. Oh, because it's not it's not a freaking active one. So I have to go to load fake DB. And in these NPCs, I have to set their actual position. So I should probably just set them to an invalid ID. That's what I should do. So I'll go world NPCs and I'll just do it like that. And then I can go to, well, I can go back down to the worker and I can just exclude the ones that have an invalid ID. I can actually just do it quicker than this instead of storing or continue. Okay. He doesn't need locks because there will only be one player at a time. That's right, Ghost. That's right. Only one player at a time, which means that it's just me. Uh, uh, you know what? Maybe let's tone this down a little. Okay. It's still trying to remove NPCs from empty tiles. Oh, why? And it's generating new ones. Um, probably because I'm not setting their positions. Yeah, so I have to when I do add NPC to tile like this, I have to set their positions. I should do it manually. So let me go over to world, and when I go and do something like add, yeah, when I go add NPC to tile, if it worked, then I should take this like that. And I should probably do the same thing with player, just so that when I run that function, I just know that their positions are going to be updated. So, oh man, I screwed it up already. Oh, of course. What am I? Yeah. Yeah. Stay in school. Just stay in school, right? Don't be like me. It's not a structure union. What the hell are you talking about? Because oh, frickin' I know what you're talking about. You're talking about this. You're talking about the way I reference it. That's what you're talking about. Listen, compiler. If I wanted your opinion, I'd turn on, I don't know, strict mode or W all or something. It's still not right because it's got to be it's got to be this, right? What? Where do I have this stuff defined? Structs, tills, definitions, world, online. Oh, it's world NPCs. You know, like a LSP or something would help, right? But no, I don't want to. Or like a proper autocomplete, but no. Hey, Jared, no idea what's going on. We're coding. Only because I'm not that advanced in coding, but it's very interesting nonetheless. Well, I appreciate it. I appreciate you being here and watching. You'll hopefully you get to pick up a thing or two, because man, I sure did. LSPs for the week, yeah. So Mud is multi-user dungeon. Yes, Mud is multi-user dungeon, and the server that powers it is I built it by hand. All the network connectivity and stuff, I built it all by hand using C. And then it gets rendered on the browser, just like Like this guy. Let's see what happens. Yeah. So they are indeed moving, and the server's just shipping down HTML, and it just updates. And so now if I do something like it's a little bit delayed on the moving part, but how on earth are there 4 NPCs? How is this happening? How are there multiple NPCs? Am I not removing the NPCs? First of all, this was dumb. Second, am I rendering it wrong? Total NPCs? Actually, I know quite a bit of what you're doing syntax-wise. I just don't know any of the specifics. I'm glad to be here. Want to help you get some watch hours. I appreciate that, Jared. Thanks for being here. Well, this C is a very simple language. It's really not that hard. You essentially just have like arrays and variables. That's it. Off you go. That's all. That's all. That's it. You just have arrays and variables. And then you have like values like numbers and booleans and stuff like that. But that's pretty much it. Have fun. Super simple. So the syntax looks weird because you're just not used to seeing it because people don't code with this anymore. Because they've forgotten what it's like to be a real coder. So how on earth is this has NPCs? But this certainly cannot be true. What's up, Voltican? How you doing? Welcome in on the YouTube side. Am I not removing tile total NPCs? You go through it, you get it, and then you add it in. Jared, I've been perusing the C book you gave me using Visual Studio Code, but been using that for years. But I haven't had the chance to dive deeper and do that on Sunday when I'm off work and don't have to watch my kids. Yeah, you're gonna pick it up real fast. It's the Knuth book. I can't remember the name now. It's the old one. Good. I'm all right. I'm hanging in there. I'm hanging in there. Jobless and broke, but I'm hanging in there. I got a family to worry about. Trying to understand an error. No, it's not really an error. It's that something's going on. Like if I go, there's a knight here, but there shouldn't be. And every time I move, a new NPC is created. What? Yeah, Voltican, it's C. Yeah. Good old C. I don't like this syntax. This is terrible. But I had to do a quick string operator thing on this. So why would it be the case? Maybe I'm referencing IDX here incorrectly. Let's try that because I didn't increment it. No member named Axum player. Ah, jeez. Let's go over to the world. You know what? I'm now wondering whether I even need to store the position. Why are you storing the position of characters, NPCs, players in two places? I actually don't know if I really need to. I'm going to consider that. I have to think about that. Okay, this is fine. So let's go have a look at this. Okay, so we're down to two. Details. Just gotta get all the basics of four languages. They aren't really coding. Yeah, it's okay. Not as bad as mine. I'm coding a Space Invader like him. Nice, Voltican. So you must have a background in programming. So that yeah, that's what it was. I wasn't referencing the internal IDXs correctly because I'm dumb and I need to go back to school. Okay, great. If I move, will it freak out? Nope, that's good. So then I should be able to go back to game and knock this down just a little bit. Well, yeah. Let's just see what happens here. Yeah, actually, you know what? I am wondering. Let's kind of push it just a touch. I just want to see what happens if we push this a little, all right? What if we set both threads to run on half a second? What happens now? Oh, look at that. Now, there's there's more than there. I don't know why that spot didn't get cleared, but look at that. Yeah, I put it back. Sometimes I delete stuff because I know I'm going to be tackling it next. I don't know. It just depends, but yeah. Sweet. Out of curiosity, how do I not have HTOP installed? Not really a background. I started 4 years ago on Scratch. Loved it. 2 years later, learning C and C++ on my own. Good. We need more programmers like you, Voltican. So where F3 is search? Where's server? No, where's game? Okay. So the CPU percentage, I think it's just eating up one core, right? Like if I look at my overall CPU usage, I think it's just one core. Yeah, but my memory usage is nothing, it seems. Like if I turn it off, what happens, right? So turn it off. Yeah, so it's a core. It ate up a core. And my memory usage dropped by, I don't know, 5 megs at most. Yeah. The other one I could try to do is I wonder if the Windows version just works. I should build it. Build Windows. Holy crap. So if I run it and then I go look at uh how do you do that? Ta task manager? Task manager. So let's see what we got here. Right? So there you go. Um that's the memory usage right now, and then we'll see what happens when we turn it off. 38%. Okay. Disk is nothing. Hey, Travis. I'm doing well, man. How are you? Thanks for being here. Yeah, Jared, it's pretty sad. I know, man. I'll catch you on the Twitch side, Volt. Okay, so now if I go and turn this off, what happens? So it took up like 7, maybe. So maybe let's round it up to the highest. 10% CPU. Memory didn't do anything to memory. Did nothing to memory. Sweet. So let's put it back up again. Yeah. So it's about 10% on a core. 383 number of threads handles. 383 69,000 and 190,000. So when I turn it off, yeah, barely does anything. Sweet. What are we debug? We're not debugging. We're just doing some testing. We're just checking it out. Thanks for the follow, Vault. Welcome to the Twitch side, where all the good people are. No, all the degenerate scumbags are here. What am I talking about? Welcome to the degenerate scumbag space. Yeah, I just wanted to see how much this thing eats up when I run it. That's all. And hey, by the way, Travis, you'll appreciate this. So Travis, I got a Windows. So okay, so Travis, check this out. I'm pretty proud of myself. So I built this entire HTTP server by myself. It kept seg faulting, yeah. I'm like, why? Why is it seg faulting everywhere? I don't like this. So I went and did a deep dive on CPU architecture, C code, cache alignment, padding, things like that. And then I even went and read the source code and some of the standard lib stuff. So I read the source code on like strnprintf, strcmp. There was some event library or something like that. Then I went and read the documentation on pthreads. Then I went and read the documentation on sockets. And I realized that even in C, there is a ton of stuff that is made complicated because people just don't have an understanding of how much power they have. If you keep things neat and tidy in terms of pure data structures, really simple data structures, by the way, just arrays with channels, SPSC rings, pools. You don't even need arenas. That I came to that conclusion. I don't even need arenas. Or how about this? It's super rare if you do things right that you need an arena. In a 3D thing like what you're doing with Kohi, it can be a little bit different, and quite understandably so. When you're talking about that, you're doing different things, right? But no, no, I don't need it. I don't think we'll need an arena at all here. Actually, I actually don't think we need a single arena so far, at least. I think that you can get away with channels and not requiring an arena at all. Well, maybe with a pool, but you don't need to have it memory backed. That's the thing, is that you, at least for this, yeah, for exactly, Laughly, for this I probably don't need an arena, yeah, because if you have a pool, which is just a view with indexes into your bigger set of memory, then your your arena doesn't need to exist, right? Because the pool is a view into the actual memory that you have in the game. When you need to make changes, you use a channel. And a channel will just be, that's what the SPSC is, consumer producer. The producers have a bunch of channels which they can just pump out. I need to update X number of things. The consumer can also have a bunch of channels, or you can have one, just depends, right? You just scale it up and down, and you offload the requirements. It's kind of like a handoff. And as long as you structure your channels correctly, you can tell what the other one should do. But regardless, I'm making like these, definitive statements, but I'm not saying that, like, never ever do it, you never ever require it. I'm just saying that I have changed my thinking about how I handle the C code and how I approach problems with memory and whatnot, because I was falling into the trap of overcomplicating my C code, which is part of the reason why it was segfaulting. So I threw out all the server code that I did and I rewrote it in the last, I don't know, 24 hours, I think, maybe a little bit more. Partially because I was waiting on stuff, family stuff. Some of you know what I'm talking about. So I was just working away just to kind of get my mind off things. And the server is way better now. It's so much, it's solid. There's a few little bits and pieces. But having read through the documentation and just like rethinking, like, wait, like, what am I doing with strings here? Like, why am I doing this big, like, series of like structures with all this kind of like indirection referencing and all of that? Like, why am I doing that here? I don't need to do that. I just have to do X, Y, Z. I have a problem here, and this is the problem. I was going to use arenas for some of the server stuff. Yeah, like I think back on it now and I'm like, why would I even do that? So I rewrote it. Man, it's solid now. This server is solid for what we want. And Travis, I even did this. I think you'll appreciate this more than most people. So I wanted to just play around with it. Yeah, as long as I'm not that's right. And Travis, if I had it my way, I can't really control what Laughly does, but Laughly is on board with me on this for the most part. We're going to do our best to avoid having to touch like memory, moving memory around as much as possible. And generally speaking, Laugh and I agree, because Laugh wants to help with the actual like core game code stuff. We generally agree that you probably need to very, very little move memory around, as long as you're very careful and considerate about how you structure your memory in the first place and where it lives, right? And what you use to manipulate the existing memory you have. But I just wanted to show you this. I thought about, let's see, should I just run it? No. Okay. So let's just try running that. So, okay, so this is running, right? And I thought to myself, I wonder if I could just ship. binary data from the client to my C code so that I don't have to do huge amounts of translations. And so what I came up with was a binary payload builder. And essentially you pass it a JavaScript array of data, and it does key value pairs, and it packs it into the body of a post request. And what I do is I set hard limits on how big, like a minimum size, which is also its maximum size, if that makes sense. So like all keys have to be a length of 32, even if it just means padding it out. There's some padding in here somewhere. Yeah, padded with zeros at the end. And then all values can be much bigger because like a key might be, someone types in a command over here, and let's say they use like shout, right? And then they want to whatever, right? So you have to have the value a bit bigger, right? But you still cut that off because I still don't want people to put in a whole bunch, right? So I read it in from on the browser side with JavaScript. I take in whatever is put in here, right? And I deconstruct it, and then I go key value pairs for everything. And then I pack it in as raw data converted into U8 array data directly into the binary payload. And then I pass a post request, and I use, what is it? Let me see here. Application octet stream. And it passes it as raw body data, like raw integer data. And then on the C side, when I go over to my caveman server, I call it my caveman server. Well, actually, it's my key value pair. I have a key value pair parser. So I read in that body, and I know exactly how big it's going to be because I know how many key value pairs I have. So I don't have to do any string comparisons. All I do is go take the first 32, that's your first key. Take the next 1048, that's your value. That's your first value. Take the next 32, right? It's kind of like CBOR by my own kind of style where I just pump it in from the client. So then my key value pair, it matches exactly what I'm expecting, right? Like this. So I don't have to like figure out the end of a string or whatever. I just know that it is. I delay doing string comparisons until I have the raw data, and then I convert that into strings should I need to do it for the key value pair, because sometimes I don't even need to read a string. So it reduces the amount of string comparators that I need to execute in order to get that raw data out. And it's just bits. I just ship bits. Very few people send data this way. I guess CBORs are becoming popular, but it's Google, so I don't trust it. My key currently is a string, yeah, but it doesn't have to be. It could be a number, which translates to an enum, for example. I could do whatever I want, right? Because I can pass in values too, which I tested it out. Where like here, I can just pass in an array of numbers. So I can pack this in even more. Like ultimately, what are strings, right? If you really, really wanted to push this and just like really micro optimize, this is crazy micro optimization. But what is a string in a computer? It's numbers. That's what it is. It's always numbers. That's it. So if you really wanted to micro optimize, you would just take the numbers and then delay having to do string comparisons until you had to present that as a string, because that's what your machine is doing anyway. Sky's the limit. I'm learning software dev, Python. I heard there's a lack of jobs. What are your thoughts on it? There's a lack of jobs everywhere. Sky's the limit. I'm looking for a job right now. I'm jobless. It's quite concerning because I have a wife and kid, and yeah, there's just a lack of jobs in general. I could get a 64-bit string hash, use that as your key. I could, yeah. Yeah, then it's an int compare and it's 8 bytes across the wire. Yeah, I could do that. Yeah. See? That's the crazy part, right? Is like once I started actually reading about what the hell's going on, like because it just never occurred to me. I never really actually thought about it. What the hell is a string? It's numbers. That's what a string is in your machine. Your machine doesn't store a string. Your machine stores numbers which are representative of a string once it gets presented to you. So in cases where you have to do hyper deterministic, extremely performant, micro optimized code, you're going to want to go down to the lowest level and you're going to go, okay, well, if the machine deals with numbers for strings anyways, why don't I skip a bunch of string comparison stuff, pack it into a structure that makes sense for the problem I'm trying to solve, and then unpack it on the way out? Like delay the unpacking for as long as possible. Binary is ultimately what your computer breaks it down into anyway. Right. Essentially, yeah. Yeah. So it's super micro, like but it's just something that didn't occur to me until until I was reading the pthread stuff. Cuz I'm like, "Wait, if this is the kind of stuff that you can do with threads and I didn't realize this and then it got me down the road of channels coming out of threads where you don't have to do thread local data. You can have global data that is mutable, but the threads don't have to have mutexes on them. Like you can avoid a lot of mutexes because as long as you're putting data in the right places, you don't need to have a mutex, things like that. You can churn through so many operations that can sometimes eliminate the entire need for you to access data in a mutex way because your threads just go off and do it. But you have to have your threads right. You have to understand what the thread is doing. You have to understand whether there's a cost to doing, I don't know, whatever it is, right? It's just stuff that didn't occur to me until I started reading all this and reading source code. And I'm like, holy crap, like that's crazy. And then getting the browser to kind of operate at that level, right? It's or to assist in operating at that level. Yeah. Anyway, I just thought it would be something you would appreciate. Um, I've completely forgotten where I am, by the way. Um, keep it simple as possible while you stand everything up there. Yeah, yeah, but that is right. That's the thing. So put yeah, yeah. This was more of an experiment to see if I could even do it, right? Because I didn't even know how far I could push it. Would I want to push it? And now I know, right? Now I know if I really, really need to, if it really comes down to it, there is a lot of room that I have. Look at that little wizard. It's freaking out. It's as excited about what I discovered as I am. That's what's going on. Okay. I don't remember where I was. I was I was somewhere. I was somewhere. I don't remember. It's okay. That's normal to distract me. In fact, it's encouraged. Where was I? I think I was doing. Well, I guess I'm done this. I guess that's it then. Not trying to derail though. No, no, I derailed it. What are you talking about? Travis, I derailed it. I'm like, hey, Travis. Hey, Dad. Hey, Dad, look at me, Dad. Look what I can do. It's all on me. Okay, so since I have moving characters, okay, I have moving players, I have moving NPCs. I'm not going to concern myself with the NPC that's there that shouldn't be there. I don't know, that's just something dumb. I'm not sure what for, but whatever it is, I don't care. So all I really have to do now is maybe clean up a few of the like add the blockers so that you can't you can't walk over block tiles, like you can't walk over the ocean. Add in maybe an attack, add the attack mechanism back. That should be pretty easy to do right now. And then I can put in messaging, and I think then we're back to parity with what I had running. So maybe what I will do, okay, let me figure out messaging first, I think that's what I want to do. I want to figure out messaging first. Just don't mention AI. Yeah. Don't kick yourself in the plums by overcomplicating things. Yeah, well, that's that's the point, right? That's why I was excited, because I'm like, wait, I'm making things way too complicated. Spinobi, thanks for the sub, man. I appreciate that. Okay, if I'm gonna do messaging, um, let me start with my JavaScript code. I don't remember where I was. What happens if I go, what's my payload? Why poop? Really? What's my payload now? Oh, I must have just done a typo. Okay, so my command is shout, my message is poop, whatever. So I should be able to pull that out of. Let me remove some logging here. Let me go over here. I don't need this. And I don't need. Where is this defined? No, not that. Or was it? Okay, here. Yeah, I don't need this either right now. And where's my server log? Here. All right. So the server log should be a lot better, unless I screwed something up. Where did I screw it up? Game.c. Let me go back. So nothing there, nothing. Oh, okay. Server log is much better. And now let me do it one more time. So say, okay. Yeah, there it is. I probably have to. I probably have to remove the key value pair thing and just do it proper. But yeah, there it is. So, hey, Alisar, how's it going, man? Good to see you. Welcome in. So let me go back to my caveman server. And have a look at. No, I guess it would be post, wouldn't it? Would it be post, actually? What's the request on that? I don't even remember. Message. Yeah, it's post. Okay. Message. Command HUR. Is that really what I put in? Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. So now if I do it one more time. Wait, that's weird, isn't it? Why is my payload like that? My payload should not be like that. Oh, because I'm doing aliases. Doing well just tinkering with making an isometric type game. More engine-like programming at this stage. Good, nice. Good work, LSR. I hope you're making good progress. That's what I want to hear, you know? Oh, I don't have the command. That's why. I got to do say, I guess speak, tell, so, I don't know, something like aliases for that. That's fine. So I could do shout though. Shout me too. Yeah, and then if I look at it, shout me too. Perfect. All right. So now I can go over here. Nope. Caveman server, please. Here. And there's the message path. And we've extracted the commands and all that. So that's fine. And so then, now at this point, I want to just hand this off and broadcast to everybody. I could just skip the game, and maybe I should, and just go through all the players, and if the command is say or shout, just broadcast to everybody regardless. Yeah, why don't we just test that out? That's a starting point, right? Um, if I'm gonna broadcast to all the players, then I'm gonna have to go max server SSEs, and that's what's gonna go through. Okay, so we'll just do it right down here. We'll just inline it and see what happens. Now it's right, which would have to then be, I think it's like server poll FD. Yeah, server poll FDs. And so there it is. And then we have to send a message. Now, SSC send is like, it's like this. So we could do this. Sock T. Actually, yeah, no. We want to, let's just do it directly. Let's not play around here. And for now, I'll fake it. So I'm going to go, well, do I have a shout? Can I handle a shout in my JS code? Let's see. No. How about like broadcast? No. How about is it just message? I guess it is just message. All right. So just do message. Event is message. We have to new line it. We have to new line it. And we don't need that. And then the data is going to be you're a poopy head. Double like that. Well, we're just going to try that. So, but we also have to do it if CMD is, let's say, shout. And for now, say, because ultimately it just reduces down to this. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to turn this off. And I'm going to have to reload the page. Turn it on. Unused. Really? Did I? Oh, yeah, I did. Okay, let's try this again. There we go. Super secure. There it is. Now, if I do something like that, what happens? Nothing. If I do that, what happens? Nothing. Where's my event stream? Let me try it again. Anything? No, I don't think it went through. So let's put some logging in. First of all, am I doing something? I see. That would have definitely caused an issue. Let's try this again. Nope. Nope. Shout. Yeah. Okay, let's go into here. We're going to server log it, and we'll just go whatever. Let's see what the logs say. Anything? No. It made it to this part. It just didn't make it to that part. Let me remove this. Is this what's the problem here? No. Am I looking in the wrong spot? I don't think I am. Huh. I am. somehow. What am I doing wrong? Auth key. Okay, so got to what? To there? Yeah, FK, yeah. Sure. Command is say, yeah. Okay. So it's returning a 404 because it's failing here. That's why. So whatever this auth key is, this last auth key right here, I think I jumped ahead too much. So I'll have to fix that string operation stuff. There we go. You're a poopy head. All right, that worked. Hey, we did it. A white document? Hey, Sophie. No, I haven't seen anything like that. All right, now that that's done, we can do messaging. We can broadcast to everyone, which I'll probably just keep for now. And I'll do string comparison stuff after. Attacking. So what if you did attack, then we initiate an attack. From player to NPC. Have DuckDuckGo swallowed it whole before I could read it. Likes cookies, yeah? Does DuckDuckGo like cookies? I don't know where the wizard went, but sure. Okay, I don't know why it's not moving now. So let me scale everything back again. If I go back here and I scale down how often we update the map, and if I go back to the game and I also scale down how often everything moves, I remember why now. I remember why the movement doesn't work. Because I switched up my off key and stuff, that's why. Wait, really? Did I comment it out? No, I didn't comment it out. Keeps taking the pop-ups. What's the pop-up for? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know either. It's kind of weird. They're tracking you. I gotta try and figure out this move. Up, down, left, right. Move. Up, down, left, right. Well, this again. It's over by 1. Why? Am I gonna have to like sit down and actually fix this? This is annoying. Maybe I just do this. Like, what happens then? So it'd have to be +2. So it'd be 4. Yeah, I know this is really bad. I might just need to just buckle down and do it. There, okay. Okay. All right. Now, if I go back to here and I scale this back to what it was before. Now it should run quite fast, and it does. Yep. Okay, now if I want to do an attack, I would need to send the command for it, which means I got to slow down the movement. So let me slow it down like that. The map updates can come right away, but everything else will be slow. So then I should be able to do an attack here, and I have to initiate it. Let me just go look at what functions I need to make the attacks work. No, here. Where would I put this? I'll just put it in the game. I'll just put it directly in here. I'm not gonna worry about breaking it out too much. So I suppose it'd be. I don't know, attack, and then it would be target and victim. So it would be NPC to player, player to player, player to NPC. Could NPCs attack each other? I suppose they could. We could add that. So I either do 4 different functions or I pass in a type. depending on the type. You execute a different chain of logic, but I mean, that's just for functions again. The you'd have to figure out, you could be smart about this instead of having to predetermine who you're attacking. And what the type is, you could determine it based on who's in the tile you're in. Actually, I know. Yeah. Okay, when we send the command to the, yeah, I know now. When we send the command to the client, we'll tell, or to the server from the client, we'll tell the server what type of an attack, what we're attacking, because we'll know it in there. It's knowable. MDBM, hello, man. How's it going? So yeah, doing fine. Yeah, I'm doing well, man. Thank you. Thanks for asking. I'm glad you're doing well. So I'll just do player attack NPC. I'll do player attack player. I'll do NPC attack player, I guess. And then I guess we can do NPC to NPC. Why not? And when I go and look at my JavaScript code, it's going to be like that. Aliases. I guess a NPC maybe, or just AN it could be. I don't know. Well, whatever. Not worried about it right now. Attack player. AP. Okay. Now that's what's going to get passed in as a command in here. So now I can look for it. Where did it go? Where's my caveman server? Here it is. Go down to the section where I check it. All right. So the command will either be like attack NPC, and we know, so it's always going to be player. Yeah, it's always going to be player attack NPC. It will always be this because there's no way that you get to this portion of the server unless you're a player. And if an NPC is sending attack commands to the server, maybe we have reached artificial general intelligence. And so this is going to be player attack player. All right. And once we have that, we'll just access, so like where's move player down? It's in Mud Online. Okay, perfect. Can I reference this? Can I just do that? What happens if I just do that? It's going to freak out because it's going to say it's not defined. Yes. And here. Let's go player attack NPC. Static void declaration follows non-static declaration. Yeah. Conflicting types. What? I guess again because of the whole order of precedence thing. So the server is trying to execute the command before it's available. Crap. Well, the good news is that I know it works in here, and technically this is an online feature. Therefore, there we go. Now, if I want to test it, I should be able to track down. Let's see. Attack wizard. I have to go over to game.js here and let's go NPC player. Now attack. It's just that. I'm going to refresh. And I'm going to go right back in. And I have to fix that. I hate that so much. Stay in school, kids. Stay in school, okay? No, not that. It's this one. Okay, let's see here. South. Oh, come on. Stop running away. All right, what's my payload? What? Is it... Is NPC maybe? Yeah, I guess it would be. If I go over here... Nope. If I go over here, I can test it and just not have to guess. Is NPC? No. Has? There's only two. Well, how on earth is this working? Here, let me take this part out. Maybe that's the confusion. Maybe I was checking for a different variation of attack early on in the chain, like a more general variation, and it was breaking on the custom variations. Come on, come to me. Nope. Well, that's why I'm not detecting. Oh, no, I am. Contains NPC. Contains player. NPC action. Player action. Let's try this again. Okay. Unhide it. Go down. Nope. Go up. Attack. Time to. Man. Yeah, that's right. What's the data ID? I guess that's why I had data ID, I suppose. Class is NPC. That is right. Parent element class list contains. Yeah. In your JavaScript, you put aliased, not aliases. Did I? Yeah, it sounds about right for me. I did. I put aliased. You know what's weird though too is let's just go back. Oh, man, come on. Oh, I gotta run it again. So I can get the latest updates, right? Okay. Yeah, it's still not doing it. How on earth is it getting attack out of that? I don't have that anywhere in my code. It should go to attack, which then goes to this guy, which then either goes through NPC or player, and then it becomes attack NPC or attack player. So what if I just did? Let's just try and do it. Let's go like that. Attack NPC test. Yeah, there's some kind of weird filtering going on. Did I do something in my game.js code maybe? Process input. If I look at process input, it just takes the value, and if it starts with that command, I still don't have aliases on both. I mean, not that it really matters anyway. It just wouldn't have got there, right? It's the command that I'm really trying to figure out here. Yeah. Attack. So I'm definitely shipping something when I do the process input and then I fire it off. Well, let me have a look at the send it. Yeah, I'm not doing anything weird there. Let me go down to the JavaScript itself and just breakpoint it. Where do I breakpoint it? It would be look at attack. Okay, so what element is this? Okay, NPC action. That is correct. ID is 1. Okay. What about the parent element? What's its class list? Name is knight. So is it not pulling the parent element? Nah, there's no way. This is super strange. It should not bail out like this. Good old JavaScript. Parent element is NPC. This one should be NPC action. Where's my class list? Holy cow, that's annoying. Yeah, NPC action. So if the class list contains, if the parent class list contains NPC action, which it does, or sorry, just NPC, which it does, then you do one of these two. So you literally can't cache. No. Well, okay. Yeah. Yeah. It's probably cache. Oh, I got a seg fault. Oh no. I got a natural seg fault. There we go. You were right. It was the cache. Yeah. Okay. And it comes in. So that's good. All right. So in here, this isn't freaking out anymore, which means that this should work. So in order to do that, I have to take what? Both? I probably have to add a parameter here, don't I? Yeah, either add a parameter or I've structured the format of the text. So it'd be like attack, NPC, and then name. Yep. That's what I have to do. I have to do that. Thanks for the follow, Goko. I appreciate that. I got my hand wrapped around. So I can't. Yeah, I have to do attack NPC name. Uh, that's annoying because then I have to track down the name. So I guess I would just go look up names in the current tile of the player. And If it shows up in NPCs, attack that first. If it shows up in players, attack that. If it shows up in none, then send back with an error. That's probably what I have to do. Okay, so it has to be attack NPC name. Search NPCs in tile of player, match by name, attack, or error. And then it would have to be the same thing here. Attack player something, players, and then you just alias it. So you can just use a quick command on the front end. Okay. Okay, almost there. Um, I think tomorrow, or either later tonight or tomorrow, this is gonna go live. I'm almost there. It's not the best. I have to do a lot of cleanup, but I'm almost there. With an attack. So yeah, because then I just need to pass this through. I now know this is working, so that's fine. I now know I can send messages, so I can start sending like little story like messages and descriptions over here, just like the muds did. So we can get back to that. The attacks will work because we have the timer. We could even put it, I don't know, we could even put attacks on a separate thread. Or we could just crunch through it. Like it doesn't matter. We can figure that out. Okay, so this stuff is now like well within reach. We're talking hours, not days anymore. And then okay, so I'll finish this up. I'm gonna have to go do a bunch of other stuff. Um, I don't know. I might I'll go see what how it looks like on Speakeasy's panel. Maybe I'll go on and debate about tech stuff because when it comes to that kind of stuff, I am the best at it. Um, I'm not sure. I'm pretty tired though. I have no idea. But this is close. This is very close. And then when it goes up, then you guys will just be able to just put in any name and password you like, just whatever you want, and you'll just go and play, and you can just talk to each other and attack the NPCs. I got to put the princess and stuff here. I have the art for it. Um, I'll see if I can show you guys. Oh, yeah, I don't know if I can actually zoom in on it though. There's some armor. There's a book. It's a bridge I created. Oh, this is a nice little tower actually. Yeah, I created this, the castle wall, some grass. We could put in some animations. There's a heart. There's a princess here somewhere that I made. Here's my princess. There she is. So the goal will be that you have to go save the princess. Yeah, do that. Um, Depending on how quickly I get this out, maybe we'll do a news stream tomorrow. I have lots of news to cover. I'm way behind. I gotta do some updates to my resume. I gotta apply for some jobs, try and land something. Get this out the door, shill it, get you guys on it, testing it out, playing it, filling it up with stuff. We're close. We're so damn close. It's good. Okay, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna take a break. Maybe I'll come back on later. I don't know. We'll see. I'm gonna take a break and I will catch you guys later, tomorrow, whatever it is. And yeah, thanks for being here. I appreciate it. You guys take care of yourselves, all right? And stay safe and have fun. And if I don't see you over the weekend, enjoy your weekend. And hopefully, I don't know, hopefully in the next 24 hours, this thing will be actually live. I keep threatening 24 hours and it's like 5 days later. No, Mike. Bye.